Okay. Hello everyone. Hello Petro. Hello Gao. Hello Kormi. Hello Raichu. Hello Korda. Welcome, welcome. Let me start some music. It's been a while since I've spoken into the mic. It feels like it's been forever. uh, I've been pretty busy lately, and that's why I haven't been streaming with my mic on. I've been streaming with my mic off on the comic streams, but that's about it. Hope everyone have been doing okay. Let me know if the mic is low as well. I'm not quite sure. But yeah. Let's see. I have tons of things to do, so let's see how much I can do today. I wonder if I should separate this so that this commission can be split into two. I guess we shall see later. Oh, sounds good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gao. Uh, Even with my mic on, I've not been I don't feel like I'm talking that much anyway, especially when I'm focusing on work. I think I remember jotting down some sort of topic that I can discuss on stream the other day, but I don't think I've jotted down, and I have totally forgotten about what I want to share. David to Lucario, yeah, that is, yeah. As for how's everything lately, nothing has really changed much. Just that mostly busy with in real life stuff. Have to attend some in real life gathering with friends and such, but that's about it. Oh, I think about that. I think I remember one of the topics is that I don't know. I've noticed that whenever I go to different people's gathering, I notice that different friend groups have their kind of code. Oh, I guess some sort of code or culture in that this time I went to my boyfriend's colleagues gathering, and it's so different to my own friend group in that whenever I go out with my friend groups, it's usually for just going out, hanging out, going to some sort of walks in the nature, or it would be all about board games and stuff. So that is one code. That's all the things that this specific friend group would talk about. And when I went to my boyfriend's colleagues gathering, the difference is so drastic in that because they work in catering. No, not catering. Sorry. What's the term? They all work in LV, the brand. So all they talk about is the gossips, all the work work related, all the stuff that's gossips in there. And that's the whole night I'm just sitting there. I don't know how to join the conversations because that's all the insider jokes, all the insider informations, and that's it. That's all they talk about. But they have a lot of fun talking about it. So even though I can't join in with any of their conversations, it's still pretty fun for me to listen to their stories. And yeah, I don't know if like that's the case for you guys as well. Whenever you go out with like friends, like when you go to like friend group A, you only talk about like, let's say, shows or like video games, and that's it. I don't know if that's the case for a lot of people, but yeah, that's been my observation lately. I think it's also pretty hard to find friends that can, you can literally talk about anything with. At that point, I guess that would be more like soulmates. Hello, hello. Uh, just so you hydrate. I've been just talking. Evertune has this fuckboy eyebrow. That's what I would call them. Like, the ones that where there's like a little cut, a little nip on the brow. It's funny. Hello, Aries. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription.
Hoi!
Hello. I feel like I've been like slacking with like streaming lately, but again, it's mostly because I've been pretty busy in real life, so I've not been streaming that much. I also need to fix my schedule a bit more. I want to like wake up earlier so that like I don't start streaming at like 11 for like the Americans. Although like if I wake up early, it means that like when I stream, I probably can not be on my mic because my mom usually doesn't wake up until like noon for like my time, so it's about like let's say 2 hours from 2 hours from now. Eh? What am I trying to say? Currently, it's like nearly 2 p.m. for my time. Like 2 hours before, that's about when my mom wakes up. And if I wake up in the morning, it means that I probably have to be on mute. But I don't know. We shall see. We shall see if I can actually wake up early as well. No, 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 I mean like no. It's currently 2 p.m. for my time. I'm just saying like my mom usually wake up at like 12 noon, but usually like she just stays upstairs. Like our bedrooms are like upstairs, so she stays up there for like I don't know for I don't know what she's doing there, but yeah, she doesn't come down usually until like 2 or like 1 1. 1:30. I should work faster for this month. So like my commission list and stuff, I think I'm at the point where I have like reflected to my new price. So I'm interested to see like how my financial situation goes. I mean, if I work at the same pace as I usually work for every month, I probably can be a bit more financially stable. So because like the I marked it up a little bit because of the super high demand. So theoretically, it should means that like I don't have to work super hard just to break even for every month. Excited to see how that would go, and that situation will be even more improved when I move to the new house. Because like currently I'm renting a house from my uncle. Like the rent is already very like pretty cheap because like family and stuff. At the same time, like because I don't know, like I don't think that's a reason, but anyway, I'm supporting this whole household, like the rent, the uh, expenses like electricity, gas, everything. Like I'm the person that supports everything. So once we move to the new house, it means that like we're no longer on rent, and then that will free myself out a lot as well. And my parents, my siblings, they're not they haven't been contributed much like financially towards this house. So that's a little pity, but it's fine. What can I say? Yeah, I just saw some similar OC like this, Luca, not long ago. It's David Toons on Twitter. He does a lot of animation stuff. How do you guys feel about like having glasses on fairy characters? I personally don't know how to feel about it. I feel like usually it blocks a lot of the character's face. But I guess like if people like to have like a lot of like accurate depiction of like how they are like in real life, they probably would still include the glasses. Hello Ninvi, how have you been? I don't think I've seen you stream a lot lately. You're doing okay? Or you're just busy like me? I was away for a week last week and caught a fever immediately afterwards. Oh, okay. Hope you're doing okay still with that. Not fun with a fever. Hopefully it's not something that's like very bad. It was quite bad, but I'm alright today. Okay, that's good to hear. Just rest well. Oh, I recently discovered a recipe for chicken that I really like. So I don't know what you guys like with like chicken. Like what's the optimal texture I guess you guys would like for a chicken? Um, of course there are multiple, but like before I cooked this recipe, I used to think that like the best one would be the pan fried chicken thigh. I think like if you want like something that's like super tasty and like very juicy, chicken thigh is definitely the choice over chicken breasts. Like I don't think there's any argument for that. Um, like health benefit aside, like that's probably like that's always the optimal choice. Crispy fried chicken is also very good, but like at the same time, like you know, as an Asian with Asian parents, they will always say like it's always who eat hey mosaka like the stop eating that. It's very like how do I explain that to the English audience? It's like very like our food has like elements to it, so it's like yin and yang. Something that's like very yin means that like it makes your body feel cold. If like it's yang, then it's like vice versa. Something that's like very young would be you know deep fried food or like well, mostly deep fried food or like some tropical fruits like durian, lychee, longan, that kind of stuff. And what happens when you eat too much of that is that you get like maybe pimples, you get like sore throat, you get like swollen gums, things like that. And so we don't really eat a lot of like deep fried food because of that. And so yeah, I really like fried chicken as well, but not too frequently will we eat it. And yeah, so like one of the things to go around it is to have that pan fried chicken, as I said before. And what I usually do is that like I would prepare and marinate the chicken, and then after that I would like put it into the fridge like skin side up, and let it kind of like air dry in the fridge. And what that does is that that will kind of like draw out a lot of the moisture on the chicken skin, and when you wipe off all the like moisture that is like rendered out after that, you can pan fry the chicken skin like face down, and then use like a weight press to press on the chicken so that like the chicken skin has the maximum um touch with the pan. And every time you do it this way, it makes the skin like super crunchy and thin, and while the meat is still pretty juicy. That used to be like what like my go-to with like chicken thigh, but recently I've been making this Hainanese chicken rice, and I think that might be like a better chicken texture that I really want. Of course, like it doesn't really have the crispy skin, but in like in replacement of that, the chicken is like super juicy, and it's also very clean, and I think that's why I really like it. Thank you, Tipsy Kitty. Wait, not Kitty. Tipsy Kitsy. Thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, I don't know how you guys do like a steam or boiled chicken, but I find the optimal way is to, yeah, you always have to like adjust this like kind of like broth that you are going to soak the chicken in. And what I usually do is like you can do literally any flavor with that kind of broth, but I think the technique is the more optimal and more important part of it. And what I usually do with like a boiled chicken is I would cook the broth first. Once it's boiling, you throw the chicken in. Like any chicken, like even chicken breast, you can do the same thing. Um, I'm not a big fan of chicken soup. No, I'm not talking about chicken soup. I'm just like cooking a piece of chicken in like a large broth. Sure, I'd eat it, but not a huge fan of it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about like a boiled chicken, like chicken meat. You can use any chicken parts. You can use chicken breast. You can use chicken thigh, even drumsticks or like Maryland, anything like that. And of course, like for this recipe, I still choose chicken thighs. What I usually do is like I cook the broth. Once it's boiled, I throw all the meat in, and then I let it sit there. And once it reaches boiling again, like a super hot broth, bubbling and stuff, I turn the heat off and put a lid on, and just let it like steam inside. That way, you'll never get like a overcooked chicken. And I don't know, chicken rice is nice. It utilizes steamed chicken. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Wait, no, I'm not steaming. I'm boiling it. But yeah, that's the technique. You let it sit in the boiled broth until it's cooked. But if you're like you think that the chicken might need a little more, you can like turn the heat on again after it's been sitting in there for like 30 to 40 minutes. You can turn the heat on again and then like let the heat come up again, and then the chicken will be like hot by the time you're done with it. And you can serve it fresh. It's so like clean tasting that like I don't know if you guys like feel that way, but sometimes you eat something, you feel full already, but after that you feel like you actually haven't eaten anything. That's what I feel with like my Hainanese chicken rice. Hello, Chaoside. Welcome, welcome. But at the same time, like it's like so guilt free. I think that's why I like it. Who are you drawing? I'm drawing David Toons. It's a commission by him. I think he's a him, right? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Love you, Sal. Thank you so much. Hello, Emerald. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, it reminds you of another topic. Since we're listening to Yoasobi right now. I've seen a lot of like discourse about Yoasobi lately. Hello, Yumi Kid. Welcome, welcome. Uh, like I don't know. Maybe it's been like a discussion in the Japanese community for a long time. I think I've noticed that a lot for like different reasons as well. Really should consider ordering something from you in the future, maybe when I cash in some old gifts from my grandfather. Oh, thank you, thank you. Anyway, talking about Yoizobi, recently I've seen a lot of people say that like their music is bad, or like they're going bad, and I don't know, I don't understand why, but like their reasoning is saying like because they've become so popular, and that's why they're bad now. They're considered bad. I'm like, I'm so confused because like I think it's like a part of like the Japanese hippie kind of like culture, in that like they almost hate things that have become like mainstream or like very popular. I don't understand that kind of mentality, but like you can see that like everywhere in a lot of things, not just Yoasobi, but also like let's say things like Kimetsu no Yaiba, uh, Demon Slayer. They hate it. They hate it because it's so mainstream. I'm not saying like like there's like very good very good constructive criticisms on like what goods and what bads Demon Slayer has done, but just because it's mainstream and I hate it, I don't think that's a valid criticism. Yeah, they've become mainstream and that's why people consider it bad, and I'm like, that's not a good reason. Like some of the music is still very good, and I don't know. I just don't understand that kind of mentality. Over talked about, yeah, probably. Maybe that's why they don't like it, but still, I hate to say it, but that's why I hate the game Destiny. Has it been over talked? I don't know. I thought it fell off, especially with the sequel coming out. The person talks about it way too much. Oh, okay, I see. There are bigger problems with Destiny than its popularity. Yeah, I want to check out. Like speaking of games, I want to check out Hades too. But one, I don't have time, and two, I want to wait for it to come out on Switch before I actually buy it. Because I played the first game on Switch as well. I want to see all the like designs for the new characters or like returning characters. That's the fun part of it, I think. Me personally, the more someone pushes me to try something out, the more I don't want to do it. In case of TV shows and anime, I lost interest the more people talk about it because now I have an expectation for that show or movie. If it doesn't meet that expectation, I lose interest immediately. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, mostly because of the expectation and how it delivers. Hello, cheater. Yes, this is CSP. I don't know. I've recently found out that I really just check out things that I like, and that's about it. I don't really care about like what people think about certain things. I don't like check out shows and whatnot because people push it. I check it out because I'm interested in the world or like in the setting and whatnot. We've actually recently finished watching Fallout, the TV show as well. I don't know. I never really know anything about the games, so I went in knowing a little bit, and I know somewhat about how it's like radioactive stuff. I thought there would be monsters that they have to fight and whatnot. There was a monster, I guess, but I thought there would be more. And yeah, I went in pretty much blind, but I would say some parts is pretty good, but like some parts I think it's a little contrived, or like it's very clear uh, what they want to do in specific parts, like having characters here very conveniently, or like they just somehow all meet up in the same place, and the show wants you to believe that it's all by chance. I'm like, huh? From what I heard, it's pretty close to the source material in like Halo. Yeah, I that's what I heard as well. I can't be the judge for it, but from what I can tell, I'm okay with the world building and stuff, but like some of the characters, I just don't understand. I think one example would be, I don't know if it's a spoiler, maybe not. I'm just gonna say what she did, but I'm not gonna tell you like about any of the story plots and whatnot. So, uh, hmm, how should I describe it? So we know that like basically the world takes place in a we thought that the place takes place in like a radioactive world, and like all the like service uh I don't want to spoil anything. We know fault, right? We know all the faults. We know like Fallout is about like people living in some sort of faults underground. So uh this girl from the fault went to the surface, and they thought the surface is like dangerous and stuff. And at one point, like there are bad guys. She knows that there are bad guys out there, but she went out to the surface, and the first thing she did was to light an open fire during the night. I'm like, wow, how freaking stupid can she be? And of course, like someone found her because of the fire, and good thing that person is actually uh, neutral. or like good, I guess. So that didn't have any like she didn't like have any like serious consequence. But even that character told her like you have to be very stupid to light that an open fire on the surface. So but like the next thing she did, like after a while, she hang around and another night comes by, she lit a fire again. I'm like, what? Didn't you learn it? How dangerous it would be? I don't know. Like just contrived decision makings like this just makes like pulls me out of it. I don't know. I prefer stories where like the characters are actually smart enough, like or do things that make sense, but still get beaten by environment or like luck of the draw, things like that, instead of like being complete stupid people. Pole Dweller is basically the closest thing in the world to a sheltered kid. I understand that, yeah, I do. Like some of the things that she did, it makes sense. Like she goes around being like the how would you say moral police to people. And I understand that. Like sure that can be part of a character. But being completely stupid and like even after being warned, still being stupid, that is completely dumb. Although sometimes like, I feel like I can be pretty overly critical towards shows nowadays. I don't know. Uh, Thank you for the follow, Cheetah. Welcome. Like sometimes I don't know. I've been watching some animes lately and like this is just not it. Maybe my standard has risen throughout the years, or like I don't know, like maybe I'm better at plot writing or like just writing in general, that I've started to notice flaws in the story and or like how they write. And especially shows like the Japanese ones, what are they called, isekai stuff. I'm like they all feel the same nowadays. I'm so tired of them. Even if Fallout can be a pretty brutal game when you're being an idiot, I'm surprised she didn't get any consequences from her actions. Exactly, yeah. Oh, one of the like very major thing that turns me off with story writing as well. One thing is that like the most major thing is like super regenerative, whatever the term is, super regeneration, or like after you got, let's say, a limb cut off, you can like somehow heal it all back magically, or like I don't know, things like that. I really don't like it. It feels very convenient, and that happened in the show. Like you make me believe that like getting a hand chopped off and it's just gonna be a machine nearby that can let you heal immediately, like a video game or something, when it's like supposed to be taken as like a serious story. I don't know about that. I think that's also the reason why a lot of people really don't like the villains in Hero Academia. There's there's Awful One and also Shigaraki. Both of them have that perk, and I'm like, it's so tiring. Like all these characters, like they do everything they could, and then you see the bad guy take visible damage. And then next scene, or not even next scene, next panel, they're like, oh, this attack is a joke. It didn't do anything to me. And then they heal all back. Like what's the point of like going through all those panels just to see him heal back to normal? It works only if the process is long and difficult. Yeah, at least like if that happens, you have to pay a price, you know? Or at least like I don't know, like let's say if there's a magical healer in the team, that healer would like spend a lot of energy just to heal you or something. That's more like I don't know. It's just better. It's not as convenient. It's just like, oh, you're magically healed, yay. Like in Star Wars with Luke's hand. Yeah, yeah, sure. I'm not a big follower of Star Wars, but I guess. To summarize, the old Star Wars had characters lose limbs, while the modern stuff just brush it off as a flesh wound. I see. No, I remember Luke losing his hand. Across. Eh? Did he? I think so, right? He has like a fake hand afterwards, right? I don't know about the new ones. I checked out which one was it? I don't remember. Like the new protagonist, the girl one, with Kylo Ren with Poe and things like that. I guess I check out that one and I'm like, okay, like okay, goodbye Star Wars. I'm your father scene. Ah, yeah, yeah. I think nowadays I gravitate towards shows that are more either thought provocative or shows that are like just fun, slice of life kind of shows. I really enjoy, for example, Dungeon Meshi recently. Um, I also really enjoy Spy X Family. Both of them are more like slice of life kind of shows. I don't know, it's just like cute character interactions and then also like something funny. Speaking of Spy X Family, that's also one of the victims, I guess, of the mainstream. Oh, no longer good. Like I don't know where the writing is going anymore. That kind of like discussion. Like people hate Spy X Family because of that as well. The most irritating one in Star Wars was the two different characters got hurt the same way, but one died and the other lived. The one that died probably is not like a main character. That's why. Oh, yeah, that made me laugh. That one scene in a Fallout as well, like the show. They have like another scene of what of flows like a it's like a machine gun and it's like shooting at the character like almost at blind range, and then somehow all the bullets missed him and another character. I'm just gonna leave it at like another character. It's so like I saw that scene and like immediately laughed out loud. I'm like, why even design that scene like that if you don't want either of the characters to be shot? Like we saw the characters running and we see the bullet trail completely on top of the characters and somehow neither of them got shot. Like I understand that they probably want to do some sort of like suspenseful kind of scene, but then why would you set it up like that? It's just laughable. Like instead of that can be a pretty good fix. Like instead of having the bullet trail on top of the characters, just have the bullet trail like following them, like trailing after the characters as they run. Like you can even say like, oh, because it's like a machine, that's why it takes a little while to calibrate the distance or like the speed of where it's tracking the target. And that's why they get to escape unscathed. But no, they have to like have the bullet trail on top of the characters, like and somehow they never get shot. That's a gimmick in the Fallout game. Really, a gimmick? Or are you talking about like oh it's not a bug, it's a gimmick of the game. That specific feature is a feature, not a bug. I'll take your word for it, but it's still very laughable when I watch the show. It just makes me question why they do it. Hello, Alarm Frog.
Hoi!
Oi! you know this character. Hmm, how should I draw the eyes? They're supposed to go all the way to the face thingy. Kind of like a Sonic character, I guess. Are there any like good shows or movies upcoming? What do you guys feel about the upcoming Deadpool movie? I wonder if it will actually save the MCU. It's just gonna be another one of those like, oh, well that happened. I mean, it's Deadpool. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be still okay. Just as long as like the Disney managerial control hasn't seeped into the movie yet, then it'll probably be still okay. The last two were good, so I don't know. Yeah, but the last two was not controlled by Disney, so I guess we shall all see. Iron Man came out 16 years ago. I didn't see your other message. I think it will be like Guardians 3. Yeah, probably. Someone actually should like make a case study for like how Marvel or Disney Marvel ruined their brand. Is it because of eh, what's his name? Eh, who- suddenly I it was on the tip of my mouth, but I suddenly forgot about it. Um, the guy that always like a get cameo in every single Marvel movie. I don't know, suddenly brain fart. Stanley, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it's because of like Stanley influence that it was good, but since he passed away, then all the Disney super far left just starts to like ruin all the movies, like overcorrectiveness and things like that. Well, actually, I saw some analysis of like Disney movies and why we've noticed such a drastic change before, and I think it kind of makes sense to me. So possibly, I do know another reason could be just oversaturation as well. Oh, definitely oversaturation, but like at the same time, you can see a lot of the stories, like how they write, the writing overall, the quality has just plummeted. Um. Anyway, I was talking about the analysis before, and they say something about, uh, inherently Marvel or like comic book heroes and things like that. It's like more, male driven, right? It targets male audience, but Disney, on the other hand, Disney is very much a female target audience. Like they focus more on like appealing to female or like girls in general. That's not a problem, but I think that definitely uh, make us notice a lot of the differences. And if you think about it, yeah, that's true. Like think about all the Disney movies, or the when you think about Disney movies, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Disney princesses. It's a very female driven kind of like a company, and so that's why like once uh, it became like under Disney, a lot of the movies has become more, especially the Marvel movies, has become more female driven, or like targeting female audience. Maybe that's why um, the the original like audience from the comics, they start to go like fall apart. And of course, like oversaturation is definitely like one part of it, and their strategy of going more quantity over quality is definitely the it's more on their detriment over their what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say anymore? I'm just rambling that at this point. It's more on their detriment than doing any good to their brand. They did say like they're going to course correct and kind of decrease the amount of movies from what we have before to like 2 to 3 movies or something. And then for shows, it's gonna be only 2 movies, and it's really not surprising. I mean, I look at some of the recent movies that they've made and like the profit margins that they have actually achieved, especially with things like I don't know, the what is it called? The Marvels, I think. I mean, also Brie Larson didn't really help with anything. Like she noticed that people didn't really like her uh, for her first, even her first movie. I think the audience like didn't really care for her, and she makes sure to reciprocate that feeling. To make sure she makes sure that like the audience know that she also hates the audience. Like, the interviews and stuff that she always goes to, and she's like, oh, I don't know, do people even want me back? Things like that. Mobile has been going downhill as of late. I don't think that's as of late. It's been going downhill for a while now. Like ever since the Infinity arc has completed, it's been going downhill ever since. I mean, yeah, the Infinity, the whole arc that includes Endgame. I mean, I guess Endgame was their Endgame. I mean, we still have Guardians of the Galaxy. I haven't actually checked that out yet. I should really. That's the rare good film after Endgame. They have to do something with X-Men. They definitely will do something with X-Men. We just have to hope that they do something good with X-Men. Please give us actual, good X-Men representation. They've always been tarnished. When we have like so many like great characters in there. How many times they have like done the Phoenix arc nowadays, and they've always like ruined it. It's so sad. There's also Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four is also something that we can wish for, but they must stick the landing. I mean, everyone's still looking forward to, you know, how Disney Marvel will actually handle X-Men and Fantastic Four. Two basically kind of lost IPs, and now they have returned. Like, how is it? How are they gonna be like handled? Like, if they actually stick the landing and actually, create good movies for those, then I'm pretty sure the audience will maybe come back and check them out. But if they don't, then it's just gonna be like even more like the plane is crashed already. It's probably gonna explode even more. Sony had the higher tier superhero IPs while Marvel got the Avengers and other IPs. Yeah, well, the Avengers used to be like a almost like a B-list heroes, but Disney Marvel pulled it out with the Infinity Saga. But like, I don't know, like all these recent movies just makes me question: is like Infinity's like the whole Infinity Saga, was that just a fluke? I really do wonder that. Like, how can they write like superb stories back then, but now it just like fell off to oblivion. It's just so, I don't know, why did they do that? Are we just in like a different timeline or something? Is it the reality stone? Like, is everything just an illusion nowadays? It's X-Men song Sony's. I thought Sony only had Spider-Man. The X-Men were Fox, right? But either way, X-Men is still more popular than the Avengers, I think. Yeah, because it would make sense, right? Like if Disney bought X-Men and Fantastic Four back, but somehow they didn't get Spider-Man back, right? That's why like I was like thinking like Spider-Man is probably just Sony, and then X-Men and Fantastic Four were Fox. Previously, Disney bought Fox, and that's why X-Men and Fantastic Four has returned, but not Spider-Man. Spider-Man is still like a Sony's like money grabbing. They're like, no, I'm not giving Spider-Man back. Spider-Man is so popular. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever give Spider-Man back. Never. No matter how like how much Disney's trying to pay for it. Oh, speaking of Spider-Man, I still have to check out the uh was it Across the Spider-Verse? I think so. Or Into the Spider-Verse, eh? Which one was it? The sequel. I still haven't checked that out. I really should. Need to. Need to see why everyone's like fangirling over Miguel. Cross the Spider-Verse, yeah. Okay, okay, yeah. That one I have to check out, yeah. Oh, and yesterday I finished Kung Fu Panda. Wait, Kung Fu Panda 4? Question mark? I think it's 4. Yeah. And I don't know. Again, maybe my critical mind is too much or something. I'm just like putting on a critical lens on the children freaking movie. Like first off, I'm just so tired of Aquafina. I made a joke about like how she's basically Asian Scarlett Johansson now. Like she's in every single movie. She's in every single Asian related movie. I feel like she's like typecasted. It's so funny, like they don't have the whatever it's called, like the five fighters. And I feel like because it's the voice actors being too expensive to get back, that's why they don't have them. And I really don't care for the new villain. Like in terms of villains, I think, or in terms of all the characters, I feel like the best designed one would be the Peacock. I really like the Peacock's design. I feel like he's the best design out of everything in the series. And the new villain just doesn't give me that. And at one point, she doesn't even fight with Kung Fu, even though like that's the whole main point of the show. I feel it's kind of similar to Shang-Chi. They have the same problem. You know how in Act 3 it stopped being Kung Fu, it just became some sort of superhero fighting a dragon or something. And it's very weird. Of course the animation stayed, the quality is still pretty good. Some very cute interactive moments and some almost like Easter eggs of certain characters. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's possible it's still pretty entertaining, I guess. But like, if you really think about the plots and stuff, it's just it's just like meh. It's kind of just okay. He should have been fighting a dragon with kung fu. Yeah, sure. Like, but what they did is just, especially, I don't want to spoil it, but especially what she did. Like her whole thing is like, I want to get all the kung fu's in the world, right? But at the end, her ultimate move has nothing to do with kung fu. they did bring the old villains back, but it's just one point, and most of them didn't even get their voices back. Again, I think maybe it's the budget for like some of the voice actors. There was a point then when the last villain did the same thing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like I don't understand. Hayes, welcome, welcome. We're just talking shit over bad decisions in movies and stuff.
Hoi! Hoi!
How would you imagine Leon's voice would sound like? I said something about he probably would sound like Toon Link at his current like a point as a Ralu. More like companies fumbling. Yeah, I guess. Link, yeah, yeah, I would think so. Like that kind of vibe. That's what I imagine for Leon at least. Do you guys think that will actually make a good Legend of Zelda movie? Have you seen that one YouTuber who voices the comic? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Maybe I have, but I don't remember. Did I? I don't remember. Okay, let's see that. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember this. Uh, that one was pretty good actually. It was pretty well made. I just didn't. I think specifically for like Leon's voice, I think it's a little too nasally. I thought like in my mind, I always thought like he would be more like clear, a bit more youthful almost. Like he always gives off that vibe. Like I don't know if you guys know, but like he's like older than Fagus. He's older than Michaelis as well. But he has this youthful vibe to him, and it's kind of slightly tied to the story. But yeah, I don't think anyone has really thought about it yet. And it's like it's not something hidden. It's always been there. But yeah, he has that like childhood vibe to it, and I don't know if that voiceover did that particularly well. But that I guess is kind of our fault as well because like we never really clearly talked about it. But yeah, if you ask me and how I thought about it, then that's what I would say. You should make an OC voice claim thing. What does that mean? And without hearing you talk about how Leon would sound like, I would see the voice Leon got in the fam dub fitting him. Right. I'd get someone like Ben Diskin to voice Leon. I don't know who that is, I'm sorry. I'm not very familiar with all the English voice actors. I'm really bad with names anyway, so I don't think I would know who that would be. Voice gonna be something like this. Oh, okay, so kind of like just assigning a specific voice to a character, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think like we need something like that. Specifically because like we're still working under the Pokemon IP, so I don't want to get into trouble to claiming something. And I don't think the comic will ever be animated or anything, except for just fan projects or something. So I never see the need for it because I don't think about what voices my characters would have. Yeah, neither do I. Like I never have that kind of thought to it. Although like for you Green Trouble, I think like for you can do that because like you're working under like original stuff, so you can do that. But I don't think we can do that. We don't have that kind of luxury. But yeah, for me, I think specifically for Leon, I can probably elaborate a little more on that, on at least how I view it. Like, what I'm gonna say is not gonna be exactly canon. I don't know if it would be canon, but like, it's like I don't write the story, so I don't exactly know how it would go. But from my own interpretation of what has transpired, you know, how I understand the characters, um, for me, how I read Leon is that he's always been like he's been abducted from like when he was like very little, and so he and then like when he got rescued and he's like under uh Delilah, the Gardevoir, his mind has been kind of like reset or like trapped. Like, you know how we went into his like mental world, and like he has that gate that's like locked up with all his like past trauma, with all the red like I don't know, I guess like trauma. Repressed, yeah, I guess repressed. But like at the same time, he also forgot a lot about like his past, right? Because like Delilah almost made him forget about it, or like just uh hmm, or just hide it from his mind. And so for me, I think those would be like almost his lost time. Like, sure, he's like older than Vargas and Michaelis, but at the same time, he has a lot of lost years due to the repressed memories. And so that's why I thought he would seem more youth-like. Like maybe in his mind, he's still kind of like a kid. That's how I read it, at least. I pictured Leon kind of like an angst-filled teen with a sort of soft voice. I don't think he's angst-filled. Leon's sassy though, not angsty. Yeah, yeah. He's more sassy over angsty. Yeah. Although we like he hasn't have a lot of like character moments for himself, so he hasn't showed a lot of himself. That's kind of my complaint to Sly as well. I want him to show more like Leon. You know, he's one of the main characters, but like he hasn't have a lot of moments. I'm not talking about like just him doing stuff, but like character development or like just letting people understand him as a character. He doesn't have a lot of moments like that. We have that for like other characters, like we have a lot of that for Michaelis, for Vargas in like during the whole of Volume 2, but we haven't known much about Leon. We have set up a little bit about his characters though, but like we still haven't seen much about it. I finally called out the TOE reference as I can do the experiment. Oh, okay. That's good. I guess he would be a tired, sarcastic type of man. Probably. Especially with his like sleepless before with all the nightmares and stuff. I should actually like if I have to go back and do the comic again, I'll probably reflect more of that. Like I should make him look more tired. Then again, like if I actually go back to the comic and stuff, I would want to literally change everything. So like my art has just like changed so much, I guess, throughout the years. If if we look back at like how it started and we've how we are, there's just like so many drastic changes. I've already changed enough. Like that one time though, we're trying to prepare for printing, and I have to go back and change all the fonts because back then all the font that I used was just like the horrible Comic Sans, and you have to change every single uh text bubble so that it actually is reflected back to my font. We could do a small sketch on a redesign Leon. It's not really a redesign. It's just like gonna make him look a little more tired with a little bit of eye bag maybe. That's about it. I wouldn't go back and change the art because I like people seeing how drastically my work has improved. If I did, I'd probably only ever update the first page because it's the introduction. I still did change a little bit here and there, especially like panels that just look a bit too off. I changed those, but not too drastic. Like I didn't redraw everything and anything like that. Hello, Mo Trim. It's 7 a.m. Day 4 of my vacation, and I'm super happy to be here. Oh, okay, cool. Hope you enjoy the rest of your vacation. Any like schedule for the whole day? Like you're up pretty early, 7 a.m. Especially in the vacation. Like usually if people go into the vacation they just like sleep until like noon or something. Or like when they naturally wake up or something. I really want to go on a vacation as well. Maybe next year. Next year would be a good time. Your music is a little loud. Okay, okay. Let's see. Let me turn it back down. Yeah, I probably turned the music a little too high the other day because like I was having a mic off stream and so uh I have the music a bit higher. Oh no, not Minecraft stream, mic off stream. Minecraft stream wouldn't be too bad though. I used to be in ST's Minecraft server, and that was really fun. Like I usually just go into a server and like just make a lot of like builds, and I used to make like a huge. I make several actually huge cities or towns, and then kind of design things like around that. We even had treasure hunts and whatnot. But yeah, Minecraft is always like this weird little game where like you need friends to play with, and if they are busy or they haven't checked out the server for a while, it starts to kind of fall off, and that's what happened with our server. And I miss those days. But Minecraft, it's just a game that like you sometimes you check back in and you play a little bit, and then after maybe a month of playing it, you just kind of put it down again, and then wait until you miss it a lot, and then you pick it up again. That's always been like Minecraft for me. My vacation are all about doing stuff. I plan on sitting down and play around my Linux today. Okay, okay, that's an interesting vacation then. Would you go to any Asian fur con? Um, I don't know. Like, I'm not really big on cons. Maybe I'm just antisocial. Maybe I just hate people. I don't know. I don't think so. I've been to like a like conventional cons, like like normal cons before, like comic cons and things like that, and I don't really care for that kind of stuff. Like I I would say I'm like a very logical spender, and that kind of like comic cons and stuff like that is just not my vibe. Maybe I guess like I don't find like a very good reason to go to them. Plus, you need money. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty short on money right now, and that's why I'm doing all these commissions. Modern Minecraft brings back some more fun if you're up for it. We used to actually mod our servers as well. Like we used to have like portals, but like not those super drastic mods. It's just like things for quality of life. I don't vibe with cons too much either, but I love being around friends. Yeah, sure, of course. Like being around friends is another different story, but con is just like I don't know. I don't enjoy a crowd. Maybe that's why. Socials unite. I'm not quite sure what it is. Are you enjoying commissions? I don't know if I would say enjoy. Is that the right term? Like, it's like asking people, "Do you enjoy work?" I'm like, huh? I don't know. It's kind of like a work for me. But I would say, I would probably, uh, I guess I kind of enjoy it more than like other topic, uh, sometimes I get like not safe for work commissions. I do enjoy what I do now over those. I've expressed this before as well. Like I don't know, something about like not safe for work stuff. It's just sometimes it's just like a bit. It leaves a toll on me. I think. Oh, Emerald. Okay, I see. It's probably clients for me. Like you mean clients giving you different commissions? Maybe that's also a reason. They often weird. Yes, some of them can be a little weird. Eccentric, I would say. What they ask for is I don't think it's the problem with like specific commission is it's more like the topic of like what they are asking. Like things like that, I guess. But I guess like nowadays I'm more good at saying no. So if I open up for that kind of stuff again, I'll probably be more confident saying no to things that I just don't care for, or like I know that would like put a toll on me. I still have a lot of things to catch up on with my Patreon stuff as well. So, but like that one I have to set aside first because I have to like deal with my short term needs first, like short term financial needs. So hopefully next year I will be all on that. I plan on going into commissions in the future, but I don't know how I would navigate not safe for work. Yeah, it's being like more and more difficult to navigate around that, especially with like all these companies trying to like get rid of us somehow. I don't know if that's like what they're aiming for, but like a lot of like even PayPal, I think even PayPal is like saying like you can't do that, or like we can freeze your account or something. But then again, like for PayPal, um a lot of things you do, like even like not even like even if you just like run it properly, they can somehow freeze your account. So I don't know. You seen that one chip flake? Oh no, I want to finish this first. But thanks for sharing that. Just want to finish this commission because like I still have like a comic that I wish to do today probably. I don't know if I will do it on. It's starting to get late soon, and I probably have to bring Duffy out for a walk later because recently it's kind of like the winter, I guess, here, and the daylight comes really the daylight goes really fast, really early. Like we used to like lose light at around 7:30 or so, but nowadays like we lose light at 6. So yeah, I need to bring Duffy out later. Look and do work. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. Best of luck for your work as well. Thing about hair on Pokemon feels wrong. Tell that to the commissioner. There was going to be a dub for Volume 2 to 3. What voices would you have in mind for the new characters? Uh, when you talk about new characters, what are you like? Which ones are you talking about? Have we actually introduced a lot of the new characters? I guess, mm, I guess Marvin. I guess Marvin is one of the more major characters in Volume 2. Do I have a specific voice for him? I would say no. Just that vibe. Please reenact Leon's voice. I don't think I can do Leon's voice. Like my voice, I don't think it's like clear enough. Marvin is definitely like a dead kind of vibe. Cerberus, uh, Cerberus can be interesting because Cerberus I think could go with like something crazy almost like Jim Carrey kind of like vibe. I'm all just like talking about vibe. I don't really have like a specific pick for like what they should sound like. It's just more like how they are acted. Marvin is a dead. Oh no, it's a spoiler. And then Hector definitely like someone that's like more calm, almost like cold. Icarus, I don't know him that much yet, and we haven't written too much about Icarus either. So, oh, for Icarus, maybe someone like a Kablu, Kablu from Dungeon Meshi. I think that would fit him pretty well. And then who else? Artemis. Artemis. I think someone who plays like a brute lady would be interesting, but it has to have like some sort of like uh fun vibe to her. Ooh, Artemis could be like if I have to like describe them as like a character architect. I guess that's the right word. Character architect. She would kind of sound like one of those like fun aunties. I'm not saying she's like an auntie, but like that's what I would like imagine her sounding like. Oh, uh, I mean, that would be like the 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 dwarf, the female dwarf from Dungeon Meshi as well. That would be like how Optimus would sound like, I think. What you gonna do after the comic end? Probably start a new project. And that's kind of what I've wanted to do, but like the comic just takes up a lot of time. comic has been going on for a long time. Yeah, it has, and it's gonna go on a bit longer as well. I mean, what can you do when like I'm the sole artist for it? It can't be helped. How would you guys feels like if the comic comes out as like black and white instead of like full color right now? Like, would you guys still read it? Like, sometimes I just feel like maybe if we have it like done in a slightly worse quality in terms of like maybe no color, right? Maybe that way we can go through the plot a lot faster, and afterwards, like after it's all done, I can go back and color everything, right? I don't know. That's an idea. You did say that you wanted to bring in some artists to help with line art and flats. That was an idea as well. It's just like I feel like it makes sense, right? If I want to have it done faster, then that would be a pretty good compromise. But again, like, can I even trust people to do that? That's another like another gate that I have to like go through. I'm like, huh? Can I trust people to do that? Like, am I ready to hand it off like that? I don't know. Why did you decide to make it in color? I don't know. Like, there's never been like an actual decision making for that part. But I guess it's just been like it's just how I transitioned from like doing stuff in like the DA group and then to making my own comic. It's just like naturally how it became like that. Oh, one of those like super early ones? I guess. No, and also like if I think like I know what you're talking about, that one is actually colored. But then I turned it into black and white because the black and white is for like the free version for other people to read. And after that my hard disk actually got fried and I lost the colored version as well. So that's how it went. So it was actually originally fully colored. Hello Ziggy. Yeah, but like nowadays that hopefully would not happen again. Like I've had my hard disk fried so many times on my lappies, and nowadays I'm using desktop, and also like with the comic and stuff, I usually back it up like 2 3 times. Like I have a copy now, and also Sly has a copy, so there's always going to be a copy out there. So even if like something doesn't turn out right, we'll probably still have the comic still. I can't say the same for like commissions and stuff. commissions, like the commissioners will have to like keep hold with the art that I've given them, and that's probably the only copy. Not important, really. I mean, I can't realistically save all of them or like back up all of them. Just like the files are just too big. So the commissioner will have to take the responsibility to keep their art safe. Oh, you mean Demon Slayer is coming out soon? That would be pretty interesting to check out. Demon Slayer, there's I think Slime has come out already. I don't know about Slime. Like another isekai again. And then I don't know, I don't really care for where the plot is going. Because like I feel like he became too powerful too quickly to the point I don't think there's any more room for him to grow. And I feel like for the whole anime, um, when he was still growing and like recruiting new people, that's like the most fun part of it. Demon Slayer is so good. I love their art style. Yeah, Demon Slayer. I feel the plot is a little simple sometimes, but the action scenes are usually pretty good. I don't know how I feel about the latest season though. It's like the what is it again? The what arc was it? And them going to the onsen or whatever, or like the where they make the swords, where they make the freaking eh what is it called the swords where they made it like that arc I'm not really into that much. It's a little boring, I guess. Like I don't feel as intense as like when they were with Tengen, I guess. Swordsmith, yes. Thank you, Elliot. You're in the Asian kicking in. What do you mean by that? But again, I absolutely cannot take the criticism on like people thinking Demon Slayer is too mainstream and that's why they hate it. I I don't understand that criticism and I will not take it as a valid one as well. It's the same with One Piece. One Piece is a little bit of a pity because like I've never checked it out because of the art style to begin with. I don't know, it's just like I think like a major part of like a manga, um like art style is probably the first thing that attracts me to read it. Like, if the plot is like superb or anything, I, maybe I'll check it out. But like still, like the art style has to be there in order for me to have that kind of encouragement to actually check it out. Saltsmith is much less flashy. I think maybe that's why I find it a little boring. I also don't really care for the two Hashiras that went into the Saltsmith arc. I don't know. Maybe because it's kind of split up, so they don't have enough time to build them up. The next arc is also kind of not flashy. Yeah, I can kind of tell. And I also don't really like the new OP as well. It it feels a little boring as well. It's about love and friendship and story. You mean One Piece, right? I don't know. Again, like it's the art style that I don't know. I just can't get into it. I understand that it's probably good. I mean, a lot of people like it, but I don't know. Just me probably. So impressed how you managed to work and not get distracted. I suck at focusing. I don't know. Maybe maybe because I don't really focus on the chat that much. Like I just let it be in my peripheral, and then when it moves, I'll check it out a little bit. My most of my focus is still on the work instead of on the chat. That's why probably. One Piece has how shine the most on the fighting scenes. Otherwise, it's quite boring. I guess I would. I guess I would agree with that. Yeah. When it has all the action lines and exaggeration lines and things like that, that's probably when it shines the most. Yeah. I would say that's also the reason why I never really checked out the Attack on Titan manga that much. Probably the same reason. I think I at one point I skimmed through it just to know what happened. But again, like because of the art style, it made it very difficult for me to get into it. Most of my commission stream just end up me watching Gumball funny scenes. Okay, I see. Oh, speaking of One Piece, I actually uh have to check out the new movie with my boyfriend because like he bought 2 tickets to One Piece Red, and I have to check out the movie with him. I went in like completely not knowing anything, and I came out still not knowing anything. Like, of course, I know like the basic information about like the One Piece characters, but I go in and I'm like, huh, what's happening? And then like some of the plots are just like kind of weird, and then the most funny part is like, uh, at one point, Uta's like dying, and then she's like starts singing. I'm like, that's so funny to me. Obira can be summarized in one sentence. Okay, what would that be? Shank had Shank has a child. Is she's not really his child. You know what? You know what? OP Rat reminds me of. It reminds me of like one of Lady Gaga's movies. Except like it's not Lady Gaga, it's like Uta is instead. Like in the same sense that like when Lady Gaga is in a movie, it's less about the movie, less about storytelling and plot and stuff like that. It's more about music. And I feel the same for OP Red. It's all about the music. Like all the songs by Ado, they're fire. But when it comes to the plot of the movie, it's just kind of questionable. Talking about the plot summary, okay. I guess this has a child as a whole plot. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Like, I don't think it actually did anything. Like, it didn't impact the main arc, main stories anyway. You're half Asian? No, I'm full Asian. You could say I'm half Asian because like I've been like living in Australia for half my life, so you could say I'm half Asian. Yeah, I kind of can identify as an Aussie, I guess. No, I'm from Hong Kong, China. But my dad is actually a Vietnam-born Chinese, so I know a little bit about the Vietnamese culture as well. Can you still talk in your native language? Yes, I can. I can speak in Mandarin. I can speak in Cantonese and also English. Those three are my like fluent languages. Teach me a bad word. Hmm. Let's see. Uh, I don't really say bad words that much. Usually, it's like almost like a borderline bad word instead. So let's say if you want to describe something, let's say you are trying to say a person is very beautiful, right? You say ho lang, like very beautiful. Ho is very, and lang is beautiful. But like if you want to make it sound a bit more I guess vulgar, not vulgar, not to the point it's vulgar, but if you want to make it sound a bit more local, I guess you can add like ho something lang. So ho q lang. You put q in something, in like inside something, like very effing beautiful, almost like that. Ho q lang, or like uh, let's say I'm very hungry right now. 我好 Q 肚餓 very effing hungry. 肚餓 is hungry. So I find I guess this one would be like very versatile, so you can learn that. 上海 huh? Really? 兰州? Huh? Is that Mandarin or is it Cantonese? Mandarin. Mandarin probably Lanjiao, right? That's not a swear word. That's just dick. Like specifically Taiwanese Mandarin. But it's very interesting because like in Cantonese, if you say if you say 懒觉 in Cantonese, it just means like a nap. So I don't ask me why like the like it means stick in Taiwanese Mandarin. I don't know, but like to me, it's like a Cantonese speaking person. 懒觉 means to nap. 懒觉 lowercase that's just yeah. I mean that's what they understand it as. I don't know why. Thank you, Elliot, for the hydrate. 私は夜の旅が旅しながら been so long since I've been to a karaoke. I kind of miss it. I'm also very out of practice though. haven't actually sung like a full song for a long time, and my vocal cord is kind of like out of practice. HL singing stream in the future can be arranged. I mean, it happened before. Face review stream? I'm pretty sure my face is already out there. I mean, I think I've uploaded about it like before. I'm sure if you actually search my name, you could probably find it as well. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. Although it's probably like kind of drowned out by all my art posts because like I've been doing so many commissions. I mean, there's probably nothing really special to see anyway. I'm just like an average Asian guy. At least it's not to the point of like what is his name? The Minecraft guy. Dream, is that his name? Probably not that kind of like level of review. It won't give you any like sort of like major reaction. Let's just say that. That was overblown, yeah. And then again, like that's just the case in like for the internet in general. Everything's overblown. But he kind of made it a big deal anyway, so like he's always hidden his face, and then he made it like this a huge event to kind of like review his face. Of course, I guess like people will treat it as a big thing. So I'm not super surprised that it got overblown, but at the same time, I'm like, why do people care? Why do people care that much? You know? Oh, hello, Rando Yuri. Thank you so much for the subscription. Enjoy the Yasify the emojis. I haven't used those emojis for a while. I should also make new ones as well. When I have a time. When I have time. Actually, like after this commission, let's design my Leopard character. I've already said that like a few times already, and I haven't had time to actually do it. So why not do that later? Maybe after I've designed the character, I'll probably have to end the stream, because it's currently 4:11 p.m. Usually we start losing light at around 5:30, and I want to bring the fee out for a walk before then. So I think that would be a good time management for that. It's definitely the car I saw today. Okay. Hello, Murder. Hope you're having a good night. Yeah, I guess. Just working on stuff. I hope you're having a good day too. Just studying, okay. Like, good luck with that. I'm gonna say have fun, but I'm like, you probably aren't having a lot of fun with studying, so. No, it's not very fun at all. Right. Our education system is not great though. Why do people always have to like learn stuff, like standardized stuff that they might not be good at, or they might not even use in their life, like at all? Like most of the math stuff that I learned in high school, I don't remember much at all. I don't use them at all. But the society is just like set up in this way that like we have to do it. Well, luckily after this I'll be free for the summer. Oh, that's good. Fortunately, I'm choosing to study this stuff is for my uni major. Yeah, I guess, but like again, like school in general, I can't say they're like completely useless, but at the same time, like you only use this as like a stepping stone, right? You you choose to study this not because you want to, but because you need that certificate. Does that make sense? Even though you live in another country, I agree with you. I think that's just like how education is set up in general. So yeah, it's really a pity. I think. No, yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, yeah. Like fortunately, I'm okay with studying, so I never have that kind of struggle. But I don't know. Like for a lot of other people, I can imagine being like very frustrating to handle. I feel like education would help a lot more if it was more experience based over memorization. I hate memorization exams because like it doesn't test anything other than my ability to keep info. Yeah, that's how tests are like structured nowadays. Like especially people who are like who help other students to tackle exams. That's the same. Like they're not taught to think about things. They're not taught logics. They're not taught like actual skills that you can use in the society. They're taught to only tackle the exam. They are taught to answer questions in the best way possible so that you can score more. I don't think that's like the people that we need in the society. But I don't know, it's just how the game is played. I needed to learn about taxes and interest rates, not about the mitochondria. Very much so, yeah. And I can tell you that like even like I was actually in a finance major. I was in accounting and finance, and even after we finish the degree, we still don't really know how to file taxes. So I don't know what's the problem with like the education system, but that's just how it is. It's very sad. What's the point then? Yeah, what's the point? To hopefully help you get the certificate and then help you get the actual job that you want to do. I guess that's the only hopeful thing that you can get out of the process. And I guess like going to school, like the one benefit would be to, especially uni, to help you learn discipline. I guess help you learn, having a schedule, uh, how to work under a schedule, time management, things like that. I guess that's a good thing about school, I would say. So, yeah, kids still go to school still, okay? We might not need all the like knowledge that we can get from school, but we still need it. I study animation, but I still feel lost. I don't know, like a lot of my artistic skill is like self-taught, so I don't know about that. I wouldn't personally go to an art school for it. And I think like a lot of artists out there, including the ones that have been to an art school, will probably share the same thought that you probably don't particularly need to go to an art school if you want to, be successful in the artistic community. Understand the basics, but it's the programs. Yeah, programs are also it's mostly self-taught as well, especially with all the informations out there online. It really sucks because yeah, I'm studying to be an anthropology and history major, and I genuinely feel like I learned more online than from my class. Yeah, yeah, that's usually the case. Hello Jay, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the subscription again. Enjoy all the emojis. What's with the what's that butt? Oh, that's yours. Your butt. Interesting. How are you doing? I think I saw you streaming just now, but like we literally started at the same time, and so I couldn't come. Shout out to every company asking for bachelor degrees and 5 years experience for an entry level job. Yeah, that's also like one of the ridiculous things. Like, how are people like supposed to have that kind of like study prerequisites and still have like job experiences? Like, do people think that they have like infinite time or something? Gotta go though. I'm sleepy as heck. No problem, no problem. Thank you so much for coming. Hope you have a nice sleep. I want someone like Ash. Yes. Forever 10 years old. 10-year old with 20 years of experience. Yeah. I actually watched a video on this and it makes more sense. It's because so many kids are being forced to go to uni because they're taught it's the way to get lots of money and guaranteed a job. So employers have to make the entry level positions super hard and specific because there's not so many people with degrees that the value of one shot way down, so it's meaningless. It's like a job. Oh, okay. I think I get what you mean. Yeah. It's kind of like the remnants of the past generation, I guess, which doesn't work anymore. Like the society nowadays, like in my mom and dad's kind of generation, you you can just work hard, and you'll be able to afford like let's say a house or something, or like a pretty comfortable life. But that doesn't apply to the society nowadays. Lots of people just cannot keep up, even if they work hard all their life, and it just doesn't work anymore. Career path thing is usually like just very difficult. I don't know about your uni though. Like for mine, there are actually like places where you can go like within the campus that you can ask for help or like advice and things like that. Perhaps that could be useful for you. Creepy. Okay. Uh, okay. Interesting. Probably just ignore them. Sometimes I'm like kind of reluctant in to like sharing a link to my server sometimes, like, mostly for like people like this, and I'm like, I don't want to trouble people, especially my the mods that are currently in the server to handle stuff like this, and that's why I've never really opened my server. Um, I don't know, like maybe I can still do it and just like let people, you know, uh, fit into the mod decision themselves, or like I guess like have more people be mods. But then I don't know, like I guess like it's just in my personality in that like I don't want to trouble people. So I don't know. Maybe it's something that I can think about. I don't know. Like, to me, one of the worst thing I feel I can do is to trouble people. That's always been how I think in life. It gets really bad for me like that too. I know it was just a commission, but I couldn't help but feel like I was inconveniencing you, for example, with my commission. Really? I didn't feel that way. No, but like that's a kind of like a different thing, right? Like commission is like you paid for it, so of course like I'm gonna oblige with it, you know. But it's more like when I talk about like I don't want to trouble someone, it's more like things that they just volunteer to do, or like let's say in the house, in like a family, I wouldn't want other people to take care of my shit. I guess my default, I feel like an inconvenience to everyone. I don't know how to get over that. No, that that like of I think yeah, your case is more in the extreme than me then. Like I don't think you need to feel that way. I only feel that way if like things that are like supposed to be my responsibility, then but like someone has to take care of it because of, let's say, I can't do it, or like let's say I just don't have the time to do it, and that's why it became someone else's responsibility. That's when I have to gripe with it. No, you don't have to be sorry about that. No, but like, yeah, like to me, that's more of like what I mean, and then feel like you also don't have to feel that way for yours as well. Like, yes, Chainsaw Man. I particularly feel that way because like recently my sisters have been talking about like adopting a cat, and I'm like very much against it because like they've already did that before, but we it's not so much about like a uh adopting a cat. It's more like about taking care of the cat. So my I have two little sisters. The second one, she owns cats right now. Like she has like three cats, and the other time she was getting married and stuff, and then she and her back then fiance, they have to go out of the country, and so they need someone to take care of the three cats. So she put two of them in my auntie's house, and then one of them in my house. Uh, and this house, like not my house, but my family house, but I pay for everything. So one of the cat is like situated in here, and usually we just keep it in my uh, most little sister, like the youngest sister's room, because like we have Duffy, we have a dog here, so we don't want them to fight and stuff. And that cat has like very bad mood as well. And what happened there is like that cat is like that had such a bad mood that it's scratched my sister multiple times, and then also it sheds tons. It's like a white cat, and when you walk into the room, the carpet, the bed, everything is covered in white fur, and no one is really there to clean it, and it's just not good. And at the end, like because like my sister has to go back in to sleep, we need mom to clean it for us, for her more so. And so now my second sister, she's like, oh, uh, I have this like a student, and then she's going back to her home country, and so they couldn't bring the cat. And she's like, oh, since now you know we can probably like adopt that cat and stuff like that. And I'm like, no way. Like most of the times my sisters are not home, and who is going to take care of the cat? Me. Like it's just gonna like become my responsibility, and I don't want that. Not because I hate the cat or anything. It's just more so I don't want that responsibility. Like at what point should I stop taking care of their responsibility and start having the freedom to do what I want, you know? And I laid that out for them. And last time as well, like when we were taking off the other white cat, my mom is like, "Oh, I don't want to lock that cat in the room for so long," and so she let the cat out and walk everywhere. And again, like all the fluff is just everywhere, and I really don't like it. And so I'm like, okay, sure. Like if you really want to adopt that cat now, I can't let it out of the room. And if it's out of the room, I'm just gonna send it straight out of the house. I don't care. And so yeah, they probably got deterred by that. There's so many other things to do. Yeah, yeah. The point where they don't take care of the cat, that's where you draw the line. Exactly. Yeah. No, I don't think they will not take care of the cat, but at the same time, I'm inside the house so much more than them, and to the point like sometimes, let's say for example, we have like these kind of like peeing pad for for Duffy for the dog, right? And sometimes like when we couldn't let him out, he would just pee or poop on top of the little mat. And the thing is, like with my sister, sometimes Duffy would poo poo there, and my sister would just like let it be there until like or just like pretend to not see it until like me or mom would go and pick it up and just clean it and put it in the toilet or something like that, um like that doesn't speak confidence into like them having the responsibility to actually keep um to take care of the cat. Is they glad at that point? Yeah, like they have work, they have like school, and so I just become like the default guardian of the cat at that point, and I don't want that. And I lay that out for them, and I think they understand, and I think it's like the cat that they were about to adopt is now in their friend's house, which is fine by me. And that speaks volume to like especially why I hate having my responsibility be put on other people. Like that's my gripe. And I hate like because I hate doing other people doing that to me. I also don't want myself to be in their position. Like I don't want my responsibility to be placed on them. Like that's the whole logics and stuff. Speed up a little more. I'm already like sensing the loss of sunlight. And if I want to like design my character, I really need to speed up a little more. The thing is like we're not very far from finishing this piece. It's great. We're not distracting. No, no, no. You guys are not. You guys are fine. It would be awkward if like I'm just talking to myself anyway, so it's fine. Didn't know you could have two characters in the commission. Actually, I'm guessing they paid double. Yeah, basically. But I gave them a discount because like one of the characters is pretty, specifically this cat character. It's pretty simple, so I gave them a discount. think I also did that earlier for Quentin. I think that's the name, right? Quentin Mimikyu. Also with full background? No, not really. It's still like in the realm of that kind of gotcha background. If you don't know, it's actually uh, the Fortnite pose. This is a Fortnite pose, so I'm like, it'll probably be pretty suitable to include the Fortnite background. So I quickly kind of like did the Fortnite background. I feel slightly sad sometimes. Like you guys know each other and stuff like that, but I don't really know about you guys. Like I would mention some names, and then you guys would go like, yeah, yeah, oh, that one, that person, I don't know, I know them. I'm like, and then I'm like, I don't know them. I don't know who that is, except for like they've commissioned me before. I guess I'm just not really that kind of like sociable person, and that's why. Right, right. Hello, Faitama. Sometimes I do feel like I should probably like know more people, or just like spend some more time into understanding who is who and stuff like that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just too introverted, but maybe that's also just an excuse I made for myself. Like I noticed that recently. I noticed that like I just have the tendency of like uh not starting conversations with people. I feel like that would be a lot of people as well, but yeah, just what I have noticed recently for myself. Like I would know someone, I'll be like great friends with them, but I never start conversations or like initiate anything with them. I can speak for you socializing more, but I do think it would be nice. Though it depends. If you feel happy right now with how many people you have in your life, then I think it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I also feel it would be not great for people who I am trying to socialize with when I don't have the time to spend with them, right? Um, I'm mostly just like focusing on work right now. I feel like I don't know. I don't have that much time. The Dunmeshi opening, yeah, this one. I really like this one, this OP more than the second one. Don't know why they changed it, but yeah, this one definitely captures the vibe a lot more. They changed it. Oh, did I spoil it for you? I won't check it yet since we're only on episode 10. So yeah, it's. I think a few of the recent episodes, you'll get there once you've like check out all of them. It happens in a lot of animes actually that they change the OP after a few episodes or something. But regardless, I really do enjoy this one much more. It's so funny though, because like all these like OPs and stuff, it depicts Dungeon Meshi to be kind of, that chill, uh, funny, kind of heartwarming almost. kind of like slice of life kind of anime, but the plot itself is anything but that. I don't know. The contrast just makes it very funny to me. Nice hearing more Bump of Chicken. I only know them from that Pokemon music video that they made, but I'm glad they're still around. They also made one of the OPs for Spy X Family. I think it's called Souvenir, if I recall correctly. You can check out that music anyway. It's quite nice. It has a similar vibe for this Dungeon Meshi song. Yeah, the contrast between wholesome cooking and D&D shenanigans and everyone dying is very funny. Yeah, if people can be revived, then it makes sense if people get desensitized and get chill about it. I guess, yeah. That's actually pretty like a pretty smart way to go about it. Like you still have like intense death scenes where we actually experience loss and stuff, but at the same time, at the like deep down, we still understand that this show doesn't really have permanent death, especially with things in the dungeon. So it takes off like I was like mentioning this in previously in this stream, like how I don't really like plot points where we have, let's say, a character getting uh, majorly injured, or like having the arm chopped off, and then suddenly we have like a magician or something, and then they can heal you immediately, very conveniently, things like that. I don't like that kind of like convenience. I don't like that they didn't pay any price and somehow uh, all the all the loss, all the suspense that we felt when we saw the character injured to be just gone immediately. It feels so cheap. Yeah, I say that, but I also kind of like Chainsaw Man. Like Chainsaw Man, every single uh, is it episode? No, like every single story arc, they always like lose limbs and whatever, and they always grow it back. But I don't know, it's just the setting of it. I think the setting of like Chainsaw Man, it feels right, so that's why it's okay. Like it's supposed to be ridiculous, so I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'm on board with it. Like in that sense, I'm okay with that, but not other animes when they're trying to like make death is more permanent in other animes, not like in Chainsaw Man. I like the way FMA handles it. It's surprisingly rare to see anime protagonists where their disabilities are really important to their identity, and it's only in the manga right now. But JoJo Part 7 is good about that too. I've never checked JoJo, but I definitely agree with FMA. FMA is definitely one of my all-time favorites. It's almost perfect, especially with like how everything is structured, how everything is like tied together in a little beautiful bow at the very end. I really like it. As cliche as it is, it's my favorite. It was my first anime, so I admit I'm very nostalgic. No, I don't think like even if we check it out today, like FMA, especially FMA Brotherhood, uh, I don't think you'll lose to a lot of the recent animes. Like, what would be one of the like a recent anime masterpiece? I would say probably maybe Attack on Titan. A lot of people would rate it very high, but still, it didn't stick to its landing. Like writing an ending to a story is very difficult, and FMA did it perfectly. I would say, like every single character has their own like arc tied, and all of them tied up very beautifully as well. Ooh, another very recent animes that have been treating all these like story elements very well would be Freewind. I really enjoyed Freewind as well. But that one hasn't ended yet, so I can't really compare it. It's so nice to see something wrap up with relatively no loose ends. It made its point and then left it. Yeah, no needless sequel. Yeah, no Boruto. I'm kind of scared that like once One Piece ends, the same Boruto thing will happen. But I don't know. I guess we shall see. Then again, I don't check out One Piece anyway to begin with, so I don't have anything to be scared about. Rerun, I've heard of that one. I'm thinking of checking it out after we catch up to Dungeon Meshi. Yeah, definitely check out Freerun. But it's how would I say it? It's not the usual uh what are they called again? The jump animes, you know, the ones that are like, oh, you fight the monsters and then you beat the bad guy. This one's and then like a stronger bad guy comes in. That kind of genre is it's not that. Like Freerun is not that. Yeah, shonen. That's the word I'm looking for. It's not shonen. It has some elements of it, but it's not that. and I think it's more interesting to think to kind of like see how they handle all the characters and the character like interactions. All of those are like kind of like what I'm interested in a story, and everyone did it really well. And that's why I really like it. Getting burnt out by shonen more and more. Yeah, yeah, that and also isekai. As I get older, I find that I value the slow-paced episodes of characters being friends over the big epic fights. Yeah, then you'll probably enjoy Freeman. It's pretty slow paced, but every episode they actually do something with, especially like with the characters. Like you actually understand them more and more, even though the plot moves very slowly. But every episode passing, you feel like you understand, and you feel like you've become more of a friend to the characters, and that is what I feel about Freeman and why I really like it. That's kind of what I want to strive for TOE, and that's my major complaint about like how Sly is writing Leon as well. To me, like one of the standards, I guess, with the character would be like if you put a character in a vacuum, do I, as an audience, uh, can I role play as him and still be very like uh, still be very fitting to the character? And I don't know if like we can say that for Leon yet. His background is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hello, Kobo. I struggle doing lighting for neutral lighting compared to a more right. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Kobo. Um, I don't know. I would say like natural lighting is actually pretty easy, relatively.
Hoi!
Oi. Like most natural lighting is just like top down, and you just have to know like how things would shade and how light would hit things from a top down perspective. So I would say it's kind of easy, and like you just keep everything mostly soft and have like a blue over like but blue lights over everything. Usually that will like give you a pretty natural look. I like the first double part of the comic in which it was expanded to have Leon and Faga spend more time together. Yeah, I kind of want that. Something like that too. Like just them being themselves, you know, without having to deal with all these like world ending world ending like struggles or plot points. I think I just want to know more about Leon and Fagus. What they're like. I think at this point, um, the character that's like best written would probably be Michaelis. Like at the very least, we know how he would be like, how he would uh, act and react to things, and you know, again, like without any news stories or anything, let's just have like Michaelis like in this situation. We know how he would act. We know who Michaelis is. I don't think I can say that for Leon and Vargas. That's my gripe with it, I think. And we need more. Because like especially when they are the main characters, right? I struggle making them look good. Oh, okay. But yeah, look, definitely I guess remember the top uh blue lighting. And also like a you know all the ground rules for like drawing a nature background. The farther something it is from the camera, the more blue it gets. Oh, that's of course like also given it's a clear blue day. We all struggle when we learn. Yeah, I think Vargas is a bit stronger on his own since he had more time to bounce off other people. Leon only bounces off of Vargas really no one else. Yeah, yeah, that's also like one of the problems. Well, how they met, how was their time in their respective rescue team? I actually have that planned, but I haven't had time to actually do that. I'm actually planning. Maybe we'll see that in this volume actually. Because like, um, before volume 3 happened, I was actually planning to do this separate scene of like how Leon and Vargas met. Um, but then I'm like, huh, maybe it would be nice to kind of like set it up as like almost like a bridging scene between scenes. And I'm like, maybe that's like a good place to place it. Like volume 3 is a good place for it to be like to happen. So I guess we can look forward to that. But I can like I guess I can spoil it a little bit. Let's say it's like a stream exclusive stuff. And then people like go and check out the VODs and they find it anyway. But it's fine. Um we know that Fag is like in the rescue team, you know, with Michaelis and Irina. But Leon is never actually in the rescue team. And it's related to Delilah mostly. It's like, you know, as I described before, Leon's whole like situation. According to Delilah, he's not fit to go do rescue jobs. That's all I should say, I guess. And for the longest time, I was expecting this novel to end already and just start covering the past of those two and their relationship. I'm glad you guys are gonna cover it eventually. I don't know, like I think um, all the written works for Sly is mostly to set up all the Laconians. So I think it's all about that. Actually, how do you feel when people criticize your work with Sly? It's still a bit hard for me to take things less personally since I put myself into my work so much. I don't mind it, really. I prefer, of course, I prefer people to give me constructive criticism. Like, for example, like, sure, you can, like, it's very easy to say something is very bad and whatever, but like, how are you gonna make it better? Like, what is your idea? I'm very interested in listen to hearing people's opinion on that. But like, if people are just gonna say, "Oh, it's just bad," I'm like, "Oh, sure, that it might not be your cup of tea." That's the end of the story. Like, at the end of the day, you just have to remember you're the person with the story that they can criticize on. They don't have anything, right? As long as the criticism helps make the work better, then I would take it all. Yeah, exactly. If people are so easy to fire insults and claims, claim is to help. Like, how would you do it if you were the writer? Yeah, I I'm not saying this as like a a challenge to people find out all the like nitpicks and say, oh, I can do this better and this better and that. Like, again, it's very easy to do that. Like, everyone has their own opinions, but like, how are you gonna make the things in general better? Not just like the story, but like, I don't know. Like, it just makes the world a worse place if everyone just fires off insults. It's just not gonna help anything. I actually feel the same with compliments. Actually, like, speaking of insults and people's criticism and stuff, I feel the same with like compliments. Like, people saying, "Oh, the art looks great" and stuff like that. It actually doesn't mean much to me. Like, sure, I appreciate people like appreciating the art and stuff like that. I'm happy to hear that, but at the same time, it doesn't help me become better. And yeah, so that's why I usually just like thank people about it. But that's the end of the story. Do I do I sound very like ungratituous? It's not what I mean, but I hope you guys get what I mean. I actually would say that you doing all these anime commissions have helped your art style so much. Yeah, it did. Yeah, you gotten very good at your expressions. They used to look a little stiff, but it looks super natural. Yeah, I would say so. I do notice like I feel like I've like my workflow is a little more streamlined, especially after all these like emissions, because like I feel it like in order to pump them out very fast, I need to kind of identify some sort of like workflow um, that can help me like pump them out faster. And it definitely kind of like creeps into my comic creating as well. Oh, it's getting late for me, so bye for now. Oh, thank you so much, Emerald, for hanging out. Thank you so much. I'll see you again. Hope you rest well. I love talking about stories with you guys. It's a lot of fun, but I have to go as well. Oh, no problem about that. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll probably have to end soon as well. Because, like, I thought it's gonna lose sunlight at 6 p.m., but it's currently 5 p.m. It's already losing on sunlight. So I might have to actually end the stream earlier. But after I come back from the walk, I'll probably work on my own to design my character. But yeah, see you guys. Have a nice day. Have a like nice rest or whatever. Okay. Um. Oh, I think I forgot to follow the frame of the. Let's do that now. Oh, this is not the thing that I'm looking for. This is okay. Good enough. Okay, let's do some final touch. We should be done with this one. I think his character, he likes to have like cubic kind of like lights to it, so I probably should that. I know this Lucario. This is David Toons. Yeah, I knew that hairstyle and glasses look familiar. Yeah. Didn't he make his character into like a Typhlosion earlier as well? I think he ended up really liking it somehow. Yeah, yeah. At one point, I think he drew his character as a Typhlosion. And he's like, oh, I ended up really liking it. And I suggested like something about what if his like when he's angry or anything, uh the glasses will fog up and stuff. Thank you, Mello, for the follow.
Hoi!
Oi! Hello, Cow. Welcome back. How is you? Are you playing more Hades too? Not tonight. Just doing. Oh, okay. Nice. We were talking about Minecraft earlier. Perhaps like one of these days when I'm free, I can actually join you guys on playing Minecraft. I've seen you guys playing Minecraft before, although I'm not quite sure what you guys are doing sometimes. I really didn't stay for too long to figure out. Yeah, I've seen you like you guys just was it Jiro? I'm sorry with like the names. Is it Jiro? I think that's his name, right? I think you guys like play on. Oh, nice! I've got it. Yay! You guys were doing like an adventure in some new map before, and next time I checked, and then you guys were doing some creative building. That's why I said like I don't really know you what you guys are doing in Minecraft. Just all around the place. I see. I see. I think if I do Minecraft again, I'll mostly just be focused on like just doing builds. Probably build like one of those towns again, and then I don't know what they have nowadays. Like we used to do armor stands, and then we would use like command blocks to make custom player heads, and we'll just stick it on top of uh, the armor stands, and we'll pretend those to be like just villages of the place. I've also done a lot of like very stupid stuff. I remember having like a little underground lab with all these like villages that I'm experimenting on. I made like a gigantic villager one time, and also like a lot of these like small tiny villages who run super fast. And I think I also remember creating like this Mario Kart course, but instead of like having carts, we have like we race like super speed pigs. That was fun. Because like you can actually ride pigs in Minecraft, and you just need a carrot on a stick. And so I think I created the super speed pigs with like a command block, and then we just all ride on them, and then like a carrot on a stick, and we just race, just like zoom around this like race course. That was fun. I don't remember how to do it anymore, but I'm pretty sure like we can just like do some research on YouTube. I'll be down to figure it out with you. I think we just added dragons to the game recently too. Dragons? Like, is it the mod or are we talking about like the dragon? Hostile and friendly dragons. Okay. No, but are they like? I think once you tame one, you can ride. But like, are they just mods or are they actual mobs from the game? Oh, mods. Okay, okay, I see. Yeah, I never know how mods work, so I don't know how to do that. It's always been like almost vanilla Minecraft. We just added mods that improve quality of life. Like we used to have these like wool portals. That's the extent of mod that I remember. I don't remember anything else. And I don't think we introduced anything too drastic to vanilla Minecraft either. But all the mods sound really fun. But yeah, very much so. Like, let me know next time you guys are doing something like build project or anything, and give me like a shout, and maybe I'll be around. Gosh, I have to bust out my Minecraft server. Not Minecraft server, Minecraft avatar. I think I was a Lucario or something. I don't even know if I can actually log back into my Mojang. We shall see. It's been so long. To DM you after to figure out the login and get you in server. Right. We'll figure that out. Again, I don't even know if I can log into the Mojang account, so I'll let you know. Okay, I think this is done. Maybe I should add some birds in the background as well. I think that would be interesting. I remember having a bird brush. Oh, there you go. this is done. Where's my timer? I really wonder if I should like split this into half. I think that's a good idea too. How should I do it? Layers. Is okay. And this one. Turn them into separate layers. Okay. This thing probably have to be separated as well. So this two we group together. Kids. Let's work on the right first. Get rid of this part. Okay, and then for this part, how should I do this? Oops. Okay, that's one of those little versions. And then for the other part, this one, layers, then put it to here. Yep. Okay. These all will go. This part would also have to go. 君日々が好きだよ。Hey, what did I do? Okay, let's both parts. Both the cactus. I'll save this up and then I'll send it to the commissioner. Alright. I really should bring Duffy out. I'm almost, like, it's almost completely dark outside. So yeah, I guess we'll end the stream here for today. Thank you so much for everyone for coming. Really appreciate everyone for coming, hanging out with me. Hope everyone has a very nice day. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can rate anyone actually. Uh, it's been a while since we've rated anyone actually, so I guess I'll just pick anyone that's online right now. Let's see. Alright, let's go to Pichurizu. It's been a while since we've rated them. They're doing some rigging, I think. But yeah, I'll see you guys again. Thank you so much for coming again. And yeah, everyone has like the best rest of the day. See you guys again. Bye bye.